Good morning, good morning. Testing. Am I live? I think I'm live. Am I live? Good morning, good morning. There we go. There's a little bit of a delay there. It's weird how much of a delay there is in the stream sometimes. I think it's like 10 seconds or something like that. Jwaz, good morning. I see you're here. I just sat down to check things out. All right, let's see what we have going on here. Start out looking at the 5-minute, see what happened overnight. Looks like a bunch of sideways action, basically. It's a decent move here from about 5:30 to 6 a.m. A little bit of a bull flag breakout we're getting right now on the 5-minute. Looks like a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders on the 15. Let's look at our higher time frames. On the hourly, we're technically bearish because the confirmation line is above the delta. On the 15, we are technically bullish. And on the 5, we are technically bullish. Looks like price is pulling back a little bit here to the session VWAP line. So I decided to start the stream a little early today, just so that I have enough time to kind of get settled in before the open, in case there's any setups that happen right around the open. It appears that there's always a setup right around 8:25 to 8:30 Central Time. And when I'm talking a lot, I end up missing it. Yesterday, it would have been a couple really good trades there that I ended up missing out on. So we'll see if we can catch them today. Oh, let's look at news. Let's see what we got going on for news. I know today's a FOMC day. It's like the very next thing is the Richmond Manufacturing Index at 9. About a half hour. After that, we got FOMC at 1 p.m. Central. And that's about it for today. Tomorrow, we have unemployment at 7:30. Chicago PMI at 8:45. Pending home sales at 9. So we have a few things tomorrow. This is Thanksgiving week, so I always forget what Thanksgiving week is like. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's kind of a laid back, sideways, choppy kind of a week, or if my memory serves me correctly. I know going into the holidays, it can get kind of stagnant. So we'll see. We'll see if we can catch anything. Jwaz, have you taken any trades yet today? Man, this is kind of a nice move back down here. That delta really rolled over. It's gaining some steam. Got a lower high tick down on the 15-minute with the tapering delta. If we get a tick down on the hourly, that satisfies one of the setups in the playbook for a short, because we have the delta cross. Step number 1 pulls in the upper half, ticks down in that upper power zone. So that could be a decent move to the downside if it plays out. Well, looks like I should have jumped on maybe a little earlier even. This move here seems a little premature. Have the open in about 4 minutes. You know what's interesting? This doesn't happen all the time, but what I typically see is if we open and the delta is near the top and the signal's near the top, we end up dumping, at least for the initial move, maybe not for the day. And then if we open near the bottom, it usually pumps. So, but now I feel like we've already kind of put in a decent sized move here right before the open, so I don't know what it's going to do. The delta's right there in the middle. But the signal is ticking up from that lower power zone, so it could be setting up for a long if we can get a tapering delta here. Let's see where our regular VWAP is. Oh, that's way down here. We have a pivot right underneath us, the daily open, previous week high, and then VWAP. So there's quite a bit of potential support there. So with FOMC today, I don't know if the market's gonna get kind of crazy during that time, or if that's just gonna be a dud or what. A lot of times trading up until FOMC can be decent. All right, we got about, looks like 30 seconds here. Delta is tapering. But we've already had our tick up, so they have to coincide together. And we are open. Well, we ticked up from that lower power zone right at the open, and we push up for the first move. You know, sometimes I think if you're just looking for one trade a day and just take the opposite of what the, if you get a tick up from the bottom at the open, go long. If you get a tick down from the upper power zone, go short. If you're just looking for 30 points, we would have hit it. If you took that tick up from that lower power zone. That was at 827. I guess Delta was tapering a little bit. I was looking to see more. I thought we might see a little bit more of a pullback first, but sometimes you just got to jump right in, or, you know, you have to jump in to find out. Yeah, that would have been a great trade so far. Then also this Delta cross, the first Delta cross in a power zone is usually a good one. So like here at 816, if you took that Delta cross short, and I mean, definitely would have had your 30 points there. But if you took that to the next tick up, right there at the open, you could have got 42 points and then flipped long right there. And that ran for another 58 so far. Yeah, I wonder if I should add that scenario to the playbook. The first Delta cross in a power zone. It's only the first one, though. You know, like if it crosses, then it goes back up and crosses it, and then you know, it's kind of invalidated at that point. But the first one is usually pretty good. Well, my plan to open the stream a little early today in order to catch the first move, that kind of went out the window. This is a pretty strong move up. And you know, that confirmation line is just kind of, doesn't have much of a slope to it. It's kind of flat, so we could be going into somewhat of a range. Might be good to just put that on your radar as a possibility. We also have our broadening formation setting up, which happens a lot. With our higher highs and lower lows. Getting that tick down from that upper power zone. There's also a little bit of bearish divergence in there. So I am attempting a short here. I'm in short at that tick down, the close of that candle. Other reason for that is we're at the top of the broadening formation, so if it plays out, we can expect it to come back down and take out that low. I'm going to try something a little different today. I'm going to go for some shorter targets here. Because it seems like I always watch these run like 30 points and then comes back, hits my break even. So instead of doing that, like if we do end up chopping a good portion of today, then I think I would be better off reaching for smaller targets. So I think I'm going to stick to 125 ticks today and just see how I end up. See if I do any better. Well, that delta sure is looking strong right now. So if we tick up, I'm going to pull the plug. Yeah, it's getting stronger. There we are again at the top of that broadening formation. Came fairly close to my stop, but didn't hit it. Still in, still haven't ticked up yet. Shooting for 125 ticks. Stealth done. Took the buy off the 8. Nice. You know what's nice when you can stuff them in the bag really quick. That's why I think I'm going to go for some smaller targets today and see how we do. Yeah, the delta is strong, but we are at the top of that broadening formation. We have closed under the 8. And this satisfies the playbook requirement. So we get the delta cross, step 1, and then the first tick down from that upper power zone as a second step. That's usually a pretty good short. So I'm just following the rules in the playbook. But again, if we end up ticking up there above that delta, then that invalidates that idea. But so far, we are not looking bad. That delta is tapering, starting to roll over. Wish I would have grabbed those other two trades and started the stream a little bit earlier today. I started early, but it looks like I need to start even earlier. Put in this nice move here at 8:16 a.m. We are back down to the session VWAP line, which is also in line with the 50. I'm going to go ahead and move my stop to break even. Actually, a little bit in profit. Because we could end up bouncing here on that session VWAP. Delta actually turned negative for a second there. Come on, don't bounce yet. And it hit my stop. So it was a winner. It's a small one. 3.5 points. Now watch it go down to where my target was. Getting a little bit of chop in the delta there. Another thing to kind of be aware of. I kind of hope we go short today so we can trigger this hourly, have it roll over. That could be a decent move to the downside. Could take a while to play out though too. Stealth says bounce off the 8 on the 5-minute. That's where you went long? Let's check out the 5. Or are you saying it's bouncing off the 8 right now at 8:40? That session VWAP, see that? It's an anchored VWAP, anchored to the 7 a.m. opening candle, pre-market candle. It's usually pretty accurate. That's why I keep it on the screen. Well, the next news, the Richmond Manufacturing Index today at 9 a.m. It's a medium impact news event, so it might jostle it a little bit, but hopefully not too much. So we might get a little bit of chop up until the news is all out. But we're right back up there to the top of that broadening formation. As far as Delta candles goes, the 5, the 15, and the hourly, they're all ramping up. We end up getting a tick down here on the signal on the 1. We're going to have a little bit of bearish divergence with that higher high on the price, lower high on the signal. We'll see if we can push through and expand outside that broadening formation. Stealth, I took the 1 minute earlier, not the 5, but if it breaks the 1 minute, I want to see if it breaks it on the 5 minute. And if it breaks the 5, I look for the 15 and so on. Sounds like a decent plan. That delta on the 1 is gaining some momentum, some strength. Buyers are trying to push it outside that broadening formation. We have this pivot line up at looks like 47.50. Still don't have a clean entry signal, so I'm just waiting for something to develop. Looks like we're outside of that little chop box now. Well, we're outside the top of that broadening formation, so maybe we will get some more expansion to the upside here. Should probably mark out that 15-minute opening range and see where that sits. Here's the 8:30 candle. Here's 8:44. There's the high. The opening candle was actually the low. So it looks like we're coming back to retest the top of that range right now. Or will we fall back inside? Looks like we're going to fall back inside. Raising Cane. Join Zeiierman and set up the C Delta for the Black Friday sale. Good stuff. This is going to be an awesome addition to my strategy. Entries are so much clearer. Awesome. Well, it's glad to see you on board. Speaking of Black Friday sales, TOMMYBOTS has a Black Friday sale now, which the link is in the description of the video. At least I think it's there. So TradingView's doing a great Black Friday sale. Zeiierman, TOMMYBOTS. I've never actually done a sale on TOMMYBOTS, so this is the first time. So we'll see how that goes. So after that sale, I probably won't have another one for quite some time. Right back to that session VWAP. Notice that it ticked down from that upper power zone. A little bit of bearish divergence on that tick down. If you took that, that one's up 40 points. Remember, we got news in 4 minutes. Yeah, what is Zeiierman's Black Friday sale? I thought I saw something pop up about the lifetime deal. Anybody do the lifetime deal? He made a post. He said, to everyone who has joined our lifetime plan, an incredible new strategy is rolling out now. This strategy is absolutely amazing, back-tested across various markets and time frames using default settings with no optimization. The results are outstanding, demonstrating a robust and reliable approach that works. Lifetime members, check your inbox. Everyone who joins during Black Friday will get access to these gems. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity. So what's the Black Friday deal on the lifetime? I'm curious. Self says $6.99 off. Off of what, though? What's the normal price? One minute till noon? No, 10 seconds. There she goes. There's the news. Got a little bit of a spike to the upside. We're pulling back. That actually moved the market more than I was expecting. Got a nice big fat delta candle on the screen. Well, it was fat. Now it's pulling back up. Well, hopefully we can break out of this big candle, because if we just stay stuck in between the high and low of that candle, it's basically a mother bar, and we're just going to end up chopping. $6.99 off 2,000. We are under the session VWAP now. We're kind of stuck in between the session VWAP and the standard VWAP. which is at the bottom of that broadening formation down here. And there's a pivot line there. So we do have a bit of confluence going on, coming together at the same point. So maybe if we can get down there and take out this low, then maybe we could get a little bit of a bounce there. But as long as we stay stuck inside that big mother bar, the signals aren't going to be very accurate, I don't think. Looks like a good place for chop. We are ticking up from that lower power zone, and the delta is trying to turn positive here. But again, this could be a choppy area, so that delta could turn into chop. Stealth, you're getting the yearly. Were you a member for or before all this, or how did you find Zeiierman? I know a lot of people here were already members. But it's good to take advantage of the Black Friday sale if you can. Stumbled on your channel and never heard of them before you. Oh, okay, sweet. In Raising Cain, I recently started searching Cumulative Delta and found them through you. Awesome. Although I was already using a couple of their free indicators. Yeah, their indicators are very nice. I think he's one of the most popular indicator developers on TradingView, if I'm not mistaken. I don't take advantage of them all. I probably should explore a little bit more as far as what indicators and things he has to offer that could align with my strategy, but I've just had such good success with the cumulative delta. I kind of feel like if I start incorporating other things, I'm just gonna not have as good of results. That delta's still looking to me like it wants to chop. Negative, positive, and I just saw it flash negative there, which was to be expected. As long as we stay inside that mother bar, this will likely continue to chop. Nasty price action, Jawa says. Yeah, but you know what? As long as you can see it coming and you can detect it, you know to stay out of it, then it's all right. You know? I used to try to force trades in this mess. I don't do that so much anymore. I'm okay sitting on my hands. Stealth, you are also really good at risk management. I struggle with that. Well, you have to be good at risk management to be successful with this. Doesn't matter what indicators you use. That's really the key to the game. Keep your losers small. My dad, he pulled up the stream yesterday, and he was telling me last night that my numbers didn't look very good. And I said, "Yeah, but did you did you see that I still ended the day positive? I mean, just because my win rate sucks doesn't mean that it's not profitable." And he's like, yeah, but it just doesn't look very good. I was like, well, yeah, I know. Yesterday didn't look all that great. My win rate was horrible, but I still ended the day green, and that's what matters. Win rate doesn't matter as long as you can end the day green. And all that is due to risk management for the most part. Most of my losses they don't end up hitting my full stop. Most of them are small to break even. I like to keep them that way. But you gotta know how to let your winners run too. Now today I'm trying something a little bit different. I'm gonna look for shorter targets. I'm gonna only look for about 30 points or so. Normally I'm always looking for the big giant moves, and but I do that because when I backtest, if I compare that to only going for 30 points, then I do a lot better, even though I have more losses. But the losses are so small that when I do get those big runners, those make up for, a lot of losses because of the risk to reward. So, but when you're in a range or trading sideways, something could be said for trying to hit those smaller targets. Those all stack up. And if you're only looking for a few, you can, nail a couple and be done for the day. So you don't have to sit in front of the screen the whole day waiting for that giant move. You're tempted to take a sell? Well, I'd be careful in this area. I mean, the delta is falling. It's falling outside that chop box. But we are putting in some hammer candles. The signal is in that lower power zone. It's kind of a risky place to take a short. Might work out. I do think that eventually we should probably head down and hit that VWAP at least. So maybe you'll get it here. Just a little too risky for me right now. Starting to put in a higher low in that lower power zone. But again, as long as we are in between these red lines, we can expect chop. Looks like she's trying to climb. Starting to get back above that 50 EMA. Well, we tried and then we closed back under. Well, hopefully we can break out of this zone here pretty soon. It kind of sucked we stayed in between those red lines until 1 o'clock. The sellers are still a little bit stronger than the buyers here. Those delta candles are still falling to the downside. we are flashing that tick down from the upper power zone on the hourly. I was talking about that earlier. That could be a significant move to the downside here. So keep that on your radar. Get a little bit more momentum in those delta candles. Hopefully we push through that red line. The hidden one, should it not be one break even? Well, it's a small win, but it's a win. I mean, some people would call that a break even, I guess. But usually when I put a break even on there, that means literally I got out where I entered. Small winners are still winners. They all add up. We are flirting with that bottom red line there, and the VWAP's down there too. Okay. We finally took out that low that we were looking at here. So hopefully we get a little bit of expansion here and don't fall back inside that range. So Stealth, if you were looking to short there, if you took it, looks like you would have had a winner. Let's redraw the bottom of this broadening formation. So now that we took that low out, if this broadening formation continues around this area where that pivot line is, you can expect a little bit of a bounce. And if we do head back in the range, maybe we go take out that high. Or we start chopping again if we go back in the range. Check out the 15. Yeah, looks pretty choppy on the 15. Yeah, you can really see that broadening formation here on the 5. Those are hard to trade if you're not expecting them, because as soon as you get in one side, it flips to the other side and then flips back to the other side. But if you look for it, it's not so bad. Here's that tick up in the power zone after it hit VWAP. Delta was tapering when it ticked up, but it's kind of a low probability setup, so that's why I didn't take it. Plus, I would rather see it expand more to the downside than to go back in that range. We are on our second lower high, tick down on the 15 minute. And the 15 is flashing negative from that upper power zone, which also helps support the potential move we have coming on the hourly. If we end up turning to the downside here, on the 5 minute, we are officially bearish, because the delta is now under that confirmation line. You know, it's kind of a weird balance that you have to juggle in your mind when you're looking at these higher time frames and trying to figure out a bias. Because if you want to keep things simple, you just use the confirmation line, right? So like in this case on the 15 minute, the delta is above the confirmation line. So like in very simple terms, you want to call that bullish because it could continue to push up. However, you also have to not ignore the fact that like you're getting these consecutive lower high tick downs from that upper power zone, which you know has a high probability to turn to the downside, at least for a pullback. So on the 15, you know, if you get a pullback on the 15, that could be a significant move on the 1 if that's your entry time frame. So even though technically you're bullish on the 15, the fact that you're ticking down from that upper power zone with 2 consecutive lower highs, I mean, that in itself is bearish. So sometimes what I like to do is I would go ahead and instead of saying that you're bullish, you know, those two things kind of cancel each other out. And then I might flip it more to neutral because, you know, it really can go either way then at that point. Now on the hourly, not only are you under the confirmation line, but you're ticking down from that upper power zone. So both of those align. So that's, you know, so then you can go ahead and call that bearish. And same thing with the 5. You're under the confirmation line, you're ticking down on the signal line. So you are bearish on the 5. So just kind of waiting for that 15 to fall in line. The 1 here, that's still looking bearish. But that VWAP is still kind of holding us up as support. Nasty price action, though. You know, it was really good all up until, let's say, like 8:35 or so. Then it started getting nasty. Trying to break the 8 EMA on the 1 hour. Let's check out the 1 hour. Now I got the SMA on my chart. I don't have the EMA, but yeah. Let me turn some of these things off. Well, we have the VWAP there. We got the 8 SMA. It could use that as support. I'd like to see it break through, though. Falling back inside the range. Steve from Thailand, good morning. What time is it in Thailand? The hourly is was kind of flat, so that tick down is not official. See now it's pulled up. So we still have 29 minutes for that hourly candle to tick down and become official. So we could chop until then. Well, the bulls are trying to push it back up through this range. There's a little bit of a trend line there. We're getting a little bit of a trend line break. So if we get above that trend line, it could start to accelerate a little bit. Those delta candles are starting to show a little bit more consistency in them, which I do like to see. Well, since we're all sitting around not really doing much of anything, how about you guys hit that like button? If you don't mind, I would appreciate that. And subscribe if you are not subscribed. I just started streaming, what, like 2 weeks ago? Something like that. I'm going to try to do it every day, as long as people are interested. Starting to fall back under that trend line. We're getting a tick down from that upper power zone. The delta is tapering. It touched the power zone. It didn't really get inside there too far. We are ticking up on the 5, which is kind of fighting with the 1 right now. So, I mean, this is a valid short entry. I might go ahead and give it a shot on the 8. We are in that chop zone though, so it's kind of risky territory. The hidden one. Love the streams. Good. Glad you like it. Don't say much, but likes to see what you think. I mean, I don't say much, or you don't say much? I'm not really a big entertainer like some of the other guys. I'm just here for business. Trying to trade, make some money, get the job done. If you guys want to hang out with me while I do it, then that's awesome. Okay, you don't. I just got picked up on the 8 for a short. Now, keep in mind, I said this is kind of risky territory here. If it closes above the 8, I'm pulling the plug, which it just did. So, small loss on that one. That's the risk of trying to enter on the 8. But if your exit strategy is to pull the plug if it crosses the line or closes above or over the line, then your losses are typically pretty small. So 962.25. So yeah, it's only lost 9 ticks on that one. And of course now it pulls back under. But we can expect that in this chop zone. So what did I say that was? 2.25 points. This is the 5th on the stream, but first time commenting. Well, you should comment more. Thanks for joining the stream, though. Brian Taylor, personally, I don't want to short unless we take out the high of the data candle or confirm that we are out of the range of the candle. Yeah. You mean this big mother bar candle here? That's the smart thing to do, is to just sit on your hands and wait till we break out one way or the other. JWaz, I've really started to understand how to trade in synergy with the 5-minute by taking entries on the 1. Good. Yeah, the 5 can definitely be a good guide. Somebody was asking me about that the other day. About the higher time frames and whether or not you need to have them all in alignment. And I was trying to explain that you don't. I mean, if you really wanted to simplify things, you would just take the signals on the 1. However, the 5-minute is the highest priority higher time frame to the 1. And so, you know, the 15 and the hourly, I mean, it's nice to know what's going on there. But as far as timing goes, it doesn't really affect what's going on in the 1 too much. The 5-minute certainly affects it a lot more because it's closer in the time frame. But like here, if you saw that it was ticking up on the 5, and so that might make you think, well, don't go against that on the 1. That's probably that's good, a good way to analyze that. So you should be potentially looking for a long setup on the 1, which we don't really have yet. I mean, you can, this tick up right here, it's in the red zone, so I typically don't like to take tick ups in the red zone for a long, but you do have a growing delta candle there. So technically that satisfies the impulsive move breakout entry in the playbook. And so far, it looks like it would be winning. But yeah, timing your entries with the 5 is much more it's much more important than looking at the 15 or the hourly. We are above that trend line. So maybe the bulls can keep pushing here. We just haven't really had a clean setup yet. Stealth says we're about to break up, looking to target the high, 21,020. Well, with our broadening formation right here, you know, we did take out this low, so our broadening formation, yeah, it didn't touch my line. However, you draw it a little bit differently. It did reach the top or the bottom of that broadening formation, so when it does that, you can expect it to go back up and take out that high. So I would not argue with you. You might be right there. Looks like we're marching our way up. The delta on the 5 is turning positive and starting to roll back up. We're getting a second higher low on the signal on the 15. So looks like the bull said no to going down right there. And if we keep pushing, that delta is going to go back above the confirmation line on the hourly. So keep in mind that hourly never did tick down. I just wish I had a cleaner entry here. You know, we've been making these little, you know, mini consolidation bull flag breakouts, I guess you'd say. You know, they're in there. They're kind of hard to see. So we're just mostly just grinding to the upside. That delta is looking a lot nicer. We're back above the confirmation line now on the 1. Still not a clean entry for me yet, though. You know, if there is a moving train and you want to jump on it, it's never a bad idea to just put a limit order on the 8 and wait to get picked up on the 8, because it, you know, if you're moving, it likes to come back and continue to retest that 8. But when you're chopping, you know, like in here, when you're chopping, it doesn't work because you're going sideways. But as long as there's movement to the market, it likes to stay on one side. You know, like here, for example, you're moving, and here we came back, we retested the 8, went up a little bit more. So if you're trying to jump on a moving train, that's the best place to do it in my mind. But you can still get run over trying to do that. It's a little dangerous if you don't time it right. We're retesting 8 right now as we speak. And you know, when it does that, you don't want it to close on the other side. You want it to stay on one side of that 8. I went ahead and took a long there, since we're talking about jumping on the train. I'm long at 983.25. Now this will be the time it doesn't work on. Yep. That's the downside to trying to jump on a moving train. You can get run over really quick. Just like that. And it hit my full stop, which it hardly ever does. Darn it. Well, I should have known better because the signals in the upper power zone, you know, the delta looked nice and consistent, so I thought I was safe, but apparently not. So there's a full loss for trying to get a little too risky there. Too aggressive. You know, normally when you do that, if it closes under the line, you know, like here, when I did it earlier, this is what your losses usually look like when you do that. They're usually tiny. It's pretty rare that it'll just slice right through the 8 and hit your full stop. But we're in that 15-minute range. We're still inside that mother bar. So any signals that occur in this range are going to be a little risky. You accidentally exited your long. Took 32 points trying to move my stop. It's always nice when that happens. If you look at the delta now, do you see how we were cruising really nice and then it just abruptly changed? Sometimes that happens. I prefer that it, you know, it taper and take a little bit more time to turn, but sometimes it just turns on a dime. We also have a little bit of chop forming on the 5. We're getting a third lower high tick down now on the 15. And in 8 minutes, if we get that tick down on the hourly, that'll be official from that upper power zone. Didn't I say earlier that I was going to ignore any signals inside this chop zone. Sometimes when it gets long and drawn out, you just get bored and you want to start taking trades. But yeah, I think what really kind of influenced me there is we were talking about coming back up and taking out this high, top of the broadening formation, which we still might do. But timing, you know, you could still be right. If your timing is wrong, you could still get run over. And that's one thing that the Cumulative Delta really excels at, is it really helps you get your timing right. You know, like entering on the 8 there, I didn't have an entry on the Cumulative Delta. I was trying to jump on a moving train. But the signal line really does help you time your entries a lot better. JWAS has 2 break-evens. Yep. Yeah, the price action really kind of sucks. It might suck all the way until FOMC. But you know what? My prediction is it's probably going to suck until lunchtime. And then it'll put in a decent move or two during lunch, right before FOMC. And then it'll turn into a rat's nest. What do you guys think the FOMC meeting minutes is going to do to the markets today? Do you guys think it's going to have a high effect? Not much of an effect? I think it's the meeting minutes one that doesn't have as high of an impact compared to like the press conference events. Stealth says not much of an effect. It's a holiday week. Yeah, that too. I know. I'm kind of afraid that this whole week might kind of look like this. Still have a falling delta. It's gaining more strength to the downside. We did get a tick down underneath the delta on the 5, which is very bearish. The 10 o'clock candle is coming here in 5 seconds. Looks like we are going to officially get that tick down on the hourly. And there it is. It is official. We officially have 3 lower highs on the 15. Falling delta on the 5 with a tick down under the delta. Now, if we could only get some follow through, maybe we can make some money. Looks like market didn't care too much about that trend line I had drawn on the screen. Getting another tick down in the green zone on the 1. Flashing a positive delta, more chop. We also have a little mini broadening formation here on the 1. Stealth says new higher low on the 1. Well, on my screen, it's technically a lower low, but it's almost like a double bottom on the signal. Kind of like a higher low. Has about the same effect. Now, sometimes if you look at NQ versus MNQ, it can be a little different. Let's look at NQ. Now, they're about the same on NQ. But yeah, sometimes if, I'm always looking at the MNQ chart. But sometimes you'll see like a higher low on MNQ and on NQ. it won't be there. Just slightly different price. See what gold is up to. Gold looks very grindy to me. However, it does look a little more consistent than NQ at the moment. ES looks kind of nasty. Still not a whole lot to do. However, we do have a rising delta on the 1. We're starting to get a higher low on the 5 too, even though we got a little bit of chop setting in there on the 5. But if we have a rising delta on the 1, and if our signal can pull down a little bit and tick up, and that delta still looks fairly strong, I might go long in that scenario. Maybe get a quick scalp out of it. But we are getting a tick down from the red zone. Delta's tapering. So the delta would have to stay strong in order for me to do that. We are back above that 8 SMA, using it as support now. So, do I dare mess with this choppy range? Or do I sit on my hands? I went long there. Figured I'm sitting here, I might as well put on a trade. Well, we had a tapering delta and it got a little thicker and a tick up above a rising delta. That's usually a pretty good trade. So I'm looking to see if I can get 125 ticks out of this. Jaywa says nope. Well, I called out this scenario. We started to get it. Let's see if we get a little follow through with it here. Maybe I can get lucky in this range. I want to see that delta stay strong. I don't want to see it taper back down. Come on, market. Keep pushing. Ah. Back to session VWAP. We're getting the dreaded tick down from the red zone. Delta's starting to flash negative. You're right, Jay Waz. I should have just sat on my hands. Give it one chance to close up a little bit here. Looks like it's going to say no. 5 seconds. And I'm out. I knew it was risky. 13 points on that one. Well, I feel like I'm starting to enter the phase of forcing trades, which is never a good idea. A little bit more chop setting in. But you know what? All it takes is one winner and it'll put me back in the green, I think. So I'm not too worried about it. Still have no follow through. It's like everyone took the day off. Yeah, I think everyone's going to be taking this whole week off, unfortunately. Well, fortunately and unfortunately. Fortunately for the people who are going to go enjoy life. Unfortunately for those of us who want to sit in front of the computer screen. Did you just miss the short at 9:55? You mean my 9:55 Central Time? Or what? $9.55. I don't really see a short there. See that session VWAP? We're just chopping it. 9:55 Eastern. So that is my 8:55. So my 8:55. I did not take a trade there. You mean right here? This tick down from the upper power zone was at 852. I was thinking about going short there, but I didn't pull the trigger because the delta still looked, well, I guess it was tapering right there. The delta still looked pretty strong to me though, so I didn't take it. Well, if we wanted to trade, well, what I was going to say is if we wanted to increase the probability of our setups, one thing we could do is only take trades that are in alignment with the higher time frames. And right now we got officially bearish on the hourly, bearish on the 5. Not really sure what's going on the 15. We're kind of neutral there. But if you're neutral and then you got 2 lining up, what it's telling us is that we should only be looking for shorts. So this one, if we took this, the one that actually stopped me out, it is in the red zone. The delta was negative. That one would have worked if we went short there. So it looks like we might have just a slightly higher probability of the shorts working out. But when it's chopping, like, it's going sideways, I think the probability is going to be about the same either way. But we are still stuck in between those red lines, which is kind of a no-go zone. You can get some coffee. Still pushing back down. You can really see the chop on that 5-minute delta. See how it's just spotty and flat? Yeah, these are those days where you're almost better just walking away. But maybe I can pull off what I did yesterday. I was down about 30 points or so yesterday and pulled off a winner and still had a green day. That was my 8th green day in a row on the stream. So maybe today we'll have a red day and I'll break my winning streak. But if I could get a winner in here, we could change that. Maybe today will be 9 in a row. Like I said, all it takes is one winner. Just saw on Twitter that 9 out of the 12 New York police officers that allegedly went through Anthony Weiner's laptop, they all committed suicide. Isn't that interesting? All 9 of them died by a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Bit of random news for today. There's our tick up from that lower power zone. We did have a tapering delta. You know, one thing I could do is just start taking those and make my targets even smaller. Just pick up little scalps. In the playbook, this is our ranging condition, by the way. So you identified that market condition. That's what we should be taking anyways. We should be taking these tick downs from the upper power zone and longs from the lower power zone. I don't know if anyone else caught that. I was kind of daydreaming there, so I didn't see this one. But that one so far would be up about 20 points. Raising Cane, you caught it. Good. It's good to see somebody catch something here. But yeah, this is detailed in the playbook. We have our confirmation line, which is kind of flat down the middle. That tells you to take these tick ups and tick downs from that upper and lower power zone. Now this one right here, I mean, it barely made it in the upper power zone, so looks like, I mean, it's still winning your favor a little bit. If you're looking for a small target, that could have been a winner. They won't all win, but the majority of them should win. As long as that confirmation line wants to lay down flat. Just keep taking the power zone entries. Still stuck in between those two VWAPs, too. Kind of a boring trading day today. It's 10:26. I mentioned this yesterday, but recently trading seemed to get good around lunchtime, and a lot of times we're just chopping up until lunch. I still suspect that we might do that today. So part of me wants to end the stream, and the other part of me wants to just wait until lunchtime to see what happens. Got more chops setting in on the one. Thanks, JWaz. Yeah, I'll hold out. I just gotta find something else to do to be more entertaining for you guys. Let's check out Bitcoin. It's Bitcoin doing? Looks like Bitcoin's bouncing a little bit. Getting a couple nice bounces here. It's back to 94,200. It's funny how these broadening formations play out. So yeah, if Bitcoin wants to make another run, you can expect it to take that high out. That would be 98,850. We did get a tick up above the delta, which is fairly bullish, but can't really trust anything inside this chop range. We also have a potential trend line break here. Yeah, definitely chop on the 1 minute. Yeah, that delta just isn't going anywhere. It's flat. Looks like it's trying to break that little trend line there, though. So maybe we do get a little bit of a upside pop. Delta's starting to creep just above my chop box there. Really want to go long here, but I'm trying to sit on my hands. Delta's starting to rise on the 1. So, you know, we tick down from the top of that power zone on the hourly. Keep in mind that that could take quite a while to actually play out. So we could go sideways for Gosh, another 2 hours, and then eventually that delta will roll over up there. Potentially. Nothing's a sure thing. Getting a tick down from the red zone now. Delta still chopping. It's flashing negative. Stealth, have a great day. You're calling it. That's probably a smart thing to do. Go enjoy the day. Just consolidating here. Consolidating, barcoding, whatever you want to call it. Delta's still rising. Can be a leading indicator of the direction of price. But it's very thin. The delta is very thin, which is that's a dangerous thing to try to trade when the delta's thin like that. It just means there's no conviction one way or the other. Delta starting to get a little bit of strength to the downside. I wonder when that TradingView Black Friday sale is over. Because I do need to renew my subscription. Ends in 3 days, 15 hours. So they're ending it on Friday, huh? That is a really good deal, 70% off. Anybody got any big plans for Thanksgiving or this weekend? I guess for those of you that are in the United States. Thanksgiving is on Thursday, for those of you that don't know. Then we have Black Friday, and then we have, what, Cyber Monday after that? Wonder if TradingView is going to do a Cyber Monday deal that's not as good as the Black Friday deal. So no trading for sure on Thursday. Are markets open Friday? I think they are, right? Pretty sure markets are open on Friday. And that might be the best trading day this week. Day after Thanksgiving. Looks like the market closes early on Friday. Oh, low volume day on Friday? Crap. This whole week might suck. Yeah, looks like closes at 1 p.m. Eastern on Friday. Still might have a decent morning. Now, I know there's a lot of traders who take the whole month of December off because that, around the holidays typically isn't the best, but I will be trading all throughout December. So we did put in a lower high in the red zone there. Doesn't really mean much of anything right now. We're still just kind of barcoding flat, sideways. The 5 minutes continuing to put in this chop on the delta. Well, in 15 minutes, it's going to be lunchtime in New York, so maybe then the algorithms will start to kick on and make something happen. Do you see this anchored VWAP? The session anchored VWAP? Like, yeah, we've been chopping it, but it still kind of amazes me how accurate it can be, though. Come on. How it just likes to respect that. See back here too? Pulled right back to it. I really like the anchored VWAP. Jaywaz says this is the worst price action in a while. Yeah, this is pretty bad. It is a dangerous zone. Sorry for all the dings. My wife is texting me. Looks like it's still trying to push down a little bit here. Delta is falling. It's gaining a little bit of strength. Can it break VWAP? Can it break through our range? Keep in mind that hourly is still ticked down up there. Delta's starting to taper on the hourly. So maybe we still get a decent move here. It's all a matter of the timing. So hopefully it gives us a decent setup on the 1 if we're going to take advantage of that. Well, is this it, guys? Is this going to be our break? We're starting to break VWAP. We did get technically an impulsive breakout entry setup here. I didn't have too much confidence in it because of all the chop we've been having, but that's the setup right there. Let's go short right here. This delta candle's thicker than the previous one. We got a tick down under the delta. If anyone actually took that, that's where they would be in. Raising Cane says, YM treated me well today. Way less choppy. YM, huh? I've never traded YM. Looks like it's trying to jump back inside the range here. We are getting that tick up from that lower power zone. So if you're playing the range market condition, this is your entry for a long. It's also a VWAP bounce, potentially. Trying to bounce. YM is the Russell 2000. Okay. Good middle ground between ES and NQ. Interesting. Is that a future? It's YM futures? I do have a long sitting on the 8 here. Let's see if I could maybe get a scalp off of this. Now, like I said, this is the ranging market condition. We do have a tapering delta. It's turning positive. We did hit our power zone. Everything lines up. Just got to be careful of this nasty chop. YM is a future. Okay. I'll have to take a look at that. So for those of you that took that power zone entry for a ranging market condition from the playbook, that's what your progress would look like right now. I put my limit order on the 8, and it just missed me on the second candle there. So I'm not in, but had I actually just took the close, would have been right there. And, you know, like I said, it is a VWAP bounce, so those are usually pretty good. Five minutes until 11 a.m. here, Central Time. So maybe things will start to open up a little bit. Be nice to see some movement step back in. We've been chopping long enough. We're right back up to that session VWAP now, the anchored VWAP. Five minutes still chopping. See what the 5 minute looks like. Oh, never mind. Yeah, see what the 5 minute looks like. Oof. See how nasty that looks? Just a rat's nest. However, we have been respecting that VWAP, so as nasty as it looks, we have been using that as support. See if we can pull a trend line through here. Something like that. See if we can eventually break through it, maybe. Starting to get that tick down from that upper power zone now already. Delta's tapering. It's not quite, it touched the power zone, but it's not really in there. Sometimes it's better to wait for the ones that go all the way in. Well, if that was your exit, that would have been a winner. 9 points. Pretty small. It's like the buyers are trying to step it up here. That Delta candle's getting a little thicker than the last one. 1 minute until 11 o'clock. They're starting to tick up now on the signal line. Delta still rising. We just crossed above the confirmation line, so that's going to start pulling it up a little bit as long as we keep rising. I mean, it's looking like it wants to make another go at that trend line up there. This is technically an impulsive breakout entry move from the playbook for a long, but we're inside that choppy, nasty range, so I don't know. Plus, you got the trend line there that's going to probably act as some resistance. So I'm going to sit out for now. But it's officially 11, so let's see if we can get some more movement in the market. On the hourly, we were looking at that tick down. That delta's still rising. It's here, let's just pull up the hourly. So we can see the indicator a little bit better. Looks like the delta's about to cross back above the confirmation line. Like for this tick down, I mean, you really kind of want it to stay underneath. So, you know, it could kind of poke its head above it briefly. But if this is going to turn into a short, you want it to stay down. It looks like it's actually trying to tick up now. So we might end up getting a lower high in there, and then maybe it'll roll over after that. Signal is now in that upper power zone on the 1. Uh-oh. Ellie, my dog, is getting all riled up. UPS must be coming around the corner or something. All right, we are getting a tick down from the power zone. Delta is tapering. FedEx. It wasn't UPS, it was FedEx. I swear, those are like the highlights of her day. Delta was tapering a little. It ticked down in that power zone. If you're playing the range plays, that's your entry for a short. Delta is tapering. So if you shorted that tick down, your entry's right here. Delta's starting to turn negative now. I kind of wish I would have jumped in there. I hesitated. I waited one candle, then I put my limit order on the 8 and missed the train. You know, in my back testing, it's usually better just to jump in on those candle closes and just get in there. Otherwise, you can miss them. Well, guys, so far this is the best movement I think we've seen in a while. Now it's not much yet, but it's better than what we had before. Again, that's the entry right there. The delta setup was much clearer on ES. Let's check out ES. Yeah, you did get a tick down under the delta here. It's a weak delta. Now for this to really be in line with the playbook, I mean, what you really want to see is you want to see this delta to have this negative slope, which didn't actually happen until there. Like at the point when this ticked down, I mean, sure, this one ended up working out, but see how you have that positive slope when it ticked down? That just makes it a more risky entry. Did work out though. Now you got that tick up from that lower power zone. So now you could ride it back up for a scalp. Now on NQ, starting to see a little bit of chop creeping back in here. We're starting to flash positive on the delta. So if you have your stop at break even, you might end up getting smacked here. But going back over to ES, you know, if you're waiting for, actually, you know, this little, I point this out quite a bit too. This little like speed bump in the road that you see right there, that's essentially the same as, you know, a tick up and a tick down. It just usually means there's a little bit more momentum to the downside. So usually I still end up taking those. Those can still be really good trades. And that's actually the point when the delta turns negative right there. You see that? When this candle closed, delta turned negative. You get that little bump in the road. It's kind of like a delta squeeze from the playbook. But you can short that one. That might be the one that you're talking about. But yeah, that one on MES, it went 4 points. The 5 minute has been chopped for 90 minutes. I know, it's painful. Starting to get a lower high on the signal now. The delta's falling, but it's a choppy fall. I don't like those so much. For a short, that is. Yeah. 5 minute has been chopping a long time. We just got another tick down under that falling delta though. Like even though it's choppy, we're still grinding down. Just thinking about taking that lower high for a short, but all this chop kind of scares me. Looks like it would have worked so far. This lower high right here. So you got the falling, get the falling delta slope. You got all of this supporting it with these lower high tick downs on under the delta on the 5. So, I mean, technically this is a short entry right here on the close of that candle. Let's go ahead and get rid of that other one so you can see better. Technically that's a short. It's just kind of scary to take those when we're chopping like this. Well, I would say since what, 1050? I mean, these actually all would have been winners. So maybe the movement is coming back into the market enough now where we can start taking these again. Maybe I should have taken that last one. Because this tick up from the power zone, that would have won. These shorts from up here, those would have won. This lower high tick down, so far that would have won. So maybe I just need to start getting in the saddle and pulling the trigger. And like I predicted earlier, I said I thought we were going to chop maybe until lunchtime, until 11 or so. It's 11:15. Everything's kind of right on schedule right now. Keep in mind, FOMC is at 1 p.m., so an hour and 45 minutes. We're back down to VWAP again. So are we going to bounce again on VWAP? We're getting a tick up from that lower power zone. I do kind of get the feeling, though, that, like, even though we've been chopping, I feel like we're kind of in the works of trying to grind lower here. Especially with that tick down on the hourly, in that upper power zone. It's like the 15's trying to roll over. It's been fighting it. The 5 is... It's still pushing down. I mean, it's grinding, but it's pushing. You know, if we start losing this low from our prior VWAP bounce, we might start to accelerate. We're flirting with the edge of that mother bar candle too. We did tick up from that lower power zone, but that delta is dropping fairly aggressively right there. This is kind of a pivot point right here. You know, we're kind of sitting on the fence. Are we going to bounce on VWAP or are we going to lose it? We do have somewhat of a bear flag that's formed right here. So I'm kind of in the lose it camp. I think we're going to lose VWAP. Just went short on the 8. Oh, don't bounce here. Don't bounce here. There we go. Pull back down. You know you want to take out that low. We got the daily open sitting there. We got the previous week high sitting there. Those have to look kind of appetizing for the market. It's lunchtime. Go eat those. Come on, market. Delta's still falling. We did tick down under the delta. That's a positive sign. However, immediately after that, we're starting to put in a higher low on the signal. So if we close with a higher low on the signal right here, we close above the delta. I'm pulling the plug. That's my early exit. And I pulled it. Small loss. Looks like 4 points. Still might roll down here, though, and then I'll jump back in. This might be a little, yep. I figured that would happen. A little fake out right there. I jump back in short right on the close of that candle. This market is not playing nice today. Starting to put in another higher low there. If it does that, I'm pulling the plug again. Need to see some follow through here. All right, we're still down. It's painful when it does this. Just nasty little consolidation. Delta starting to flash positive. We get a tick up here. It's actually a long signal, so I'm going to pull it, and I might even flip. All right, I'm out. Oh, looks like we actually didn't officially tick up. That's this candle here. But yeah, see, it was fighting the short. That was minus 3 3/4. I told you I was going to flip long there if we ticked up. Looks like we did officially tick up, and we are positive, so let's see if this one goes. This is a delta squeeze setup. Nothing is really following through here, though, so I don't have too much confidence right now in these setups. 937. That's where I'm in. Come on, market. So if it was going to drop, it had the opportunity right there to do it twice, and it said no. So if it says no, odds are it's going to go the other way, right? But yeah, this is a official setup from the playbook. That is a delta squeeze. We do see the delta turning up now. So the bulls did take control back. for now, temporarily. And it's right there in VWAP, so VWAP continues to be a good bounce zone today. So hopefully this one will pay off. Still got to watch for the fake out though, because we are, the delta is under the confirmation line. So it's possible we do get a little bit of a fake out here, and then, if that was to happen, then this would be this mini broadening formation playing out. Market's just feeling very weak still. No movement, but I do see that delta building, so hopefully we can rock it out of here. We did officially get that tick up on the 5 too. And let me move my little call out label there. So we got a tick up from the power zone on the 5, so it's had so many opportunities to drop, and it just hasn't. You still got this rising delta on the 15. It's trying to climb. The hourly delta is still climbing, even though we got that tick down. But if we get a tick up above the delta on the hourly, that's going to be bullish. So I do see strength coming back into the delta. So far, so good. I'm actually going to target the top of that mother bar candle. If I can get it. I said I was going to take smaller targets today, but if we can break out of this mess, we'll probably run up pretty quick. I could see us taking out these stops, somewhat of a cascade effect. And if we do that, we should be able to take out the top of that mother bar. So I'm going to go ahead and target that and just exit early if I get a early exit signal on the delta. So what is that? 20.99.75. It'll be almost 63 points if we can get it. You know, another thing, I was expecting it to take out this low and it didn't. So that does give the bulls a few more points on their side. To go ahead and move my stop to break even. The movement is better than it was earlier, though. I'll tell you that. I mean, I could take profit right here and have money in the bag. We are getting a tick down from that upper power zone. Delta still rising pretty steadily, though. So this tick down from the power zone, if you wanted a sure thing in the bag, that's where you would take profit. I'm still trying to hold out for this bigger move, which sometimes I get in trouble trying to do that, but now if I end up getting a lower high in that upper power zone with a tapering delta, I'm definitely going to pull it. But I'm going to give the bulls the benefit of the doubt here and think that they can pull this off. So we are forming a bull flag here. So we just need a bull flag break that trend line. So can they do it? Do they have it in them to push over lunch? Well, I'm going to go visit the bathroom really quick. Sometimes when I do that, it helps the market do the right thing. Any luck? Oh, we got our tick up. Pushed a little higher. Looks like our little mini bull flag breakout is in progress. Just have that other trend line to get through. Will it reject? Elon Musk says there's a false rumor going around that I'm about to put 104 billion into XRP. Not true. It's 105 billion. I would be surprised if he actually did that, but all right, we're going to get this breakout. Got to get through that anchored VWAP too. Delta still looking steady and strong. Bulls are falling back in line here. Bulls must have took the morning off. They're back at lunch and ready. Ready for FOMC. Come on, Bulls, you can do it. All right. Broke the trend line. We're above that anchored VWAP. Slightly. Can we push through it? All right, let's run those stops. Only thing that concerns me a little about getting all the way up there is that our signal line is already smacked on the top of the indicator. It's pretty rare that it actually hits that and keeps sliding across the top. So we'll probably get a little bit of a pullback here and maybe consolidate a little bit more and then develop another bull flag to the upside, hopefully. Or maybe it will do the rare thing and just go straight up and slide along the top. The delta is still very consistent, steady, strong. It's a nice positive slope to it. we wanted to secure a bag. This tick down when it touched the top would be where to do it. That would have been the very high right there. Well, not the actual high, but that candle, the close of that candle. Delta is starting to lose some steam, though. We are tapering pretty heavily. Still thinking that we hopefully just make another little bull flag here and break out again. After we retest that anchored VWAP. But if the delta starts rounding over and turning negative, that's when I'm pulling the plug. But I still see a lot of strength in there. It's, you know, it's tapering, but it's still rising at a aggressive rate. Starting to get that bull flag breakout right now. On the 15, we ended up getting that tick up from that lower half. That's the green zone. So even though we've been chopping on the 15, that's still pretty bullish. I'll go ahead and flip that to bullish now for our 15-minute bias. So still a little disagreement between the higher time frames, but that's okay. See that delta is still rising pretty steadily, gaining more strength now. Yeah, you know, the last couple weeks, lunchtime has been where it's at. It's been very odd lately. Usually it's the opposite. But we've been getting a lot of morning chop and lunchtime moves. Starting to put in our first lower high in that upper power zone. It's not official. Hopefully it could pull out of it. Still looking pretty strong. With the rate at which that delta is rising, my exit is likely going to be a thin delta cross. You know, at this point, after it's risen so high, that's typically a better exit than taking a lower high on the signal. We're also respecting that 8 SMA pretty good. So another thing you can do is use the 8. If you close below it, exit then. That usually gets you the bulk of the move. So we did put in that lower high, but that delta's still pretty strong. Now we're rising up into that upper power zone. So still holding strong. Starting to make another little mini bull flag here, so hopefully we can get another little breakout. So the signal line is kind of flirting with the edge of that delta. But the delta is not really, it's not thin yet. And it's not rounding over necessarily, so that's not an exit for me. We're still respecting that 8 SMA. Very nicely, actually. But it's just kind of a slow grind up. And, you know, with FOMC coming up, a lot of times we see them push it up right before the news event just so that they could push it the other way. $3 minutes until noon. Well, gonna be 2 minutes here. That delta is still pushing up. See, the signal line is still not really closed under the delta. We still have a lot of strength in there. So still no reason to pull it. One minute until the 12 o'clock candle. Hopefully we get a little bit of a push or a spike here and take us out. All right, we have the 12 o'clock candle. Hopefully it doesn't reverse us. We're starting to get another lower high on the signal. Hopefully we can pull out of that. A little bit of bearish divergence developing if it does print that lower high on the close. We're also flashing a tick down on the 5 from the upper power zone, which is bearish on the 5. All right. Looks like that 12 o'clock candle might step in to reverse us here. We're starting to lose the 8. We just lost the 8. We'll see if this one candle can get us out of it. If not, I'm going to pull it here. The delta is starting to round over. All right, I just pulled it. Looks like 38.25 on that one. Almost put us in the green, but not quite. Well, if we could turn today into a green day, today will be the 9th green day in a row on the stream. Anybody else make money on that move? That was our Delta squeeze setup. So now I'm just sitting here waiting for another long. So we are getting that tick down on the 5-minute. However, the 1 isn't necessarily in alignment with that. We have a lot of space in between the confirmation line and the delta. So before we roll over on the 1, we're likely to go long again. Or in other words, more long setup should develop before we start to look bearish. We're also above the 20 and the 50 on the 1, so this could just be a pullback. We are getting a tick up from the green zone here. However, it's right there near the midline. I don't like those as much. However, what the hell? We'll take it anyway. We're back long. At 975.25. Yeah, figured that would happen. This is why I don't like those near the midline right there with the falling delta. I'd rather it put in a higher low in the green zone. But we just had a good winter, so I feel like I can be a little more risky right now. Getting a strong negative delta candle stepping in. Trying to step in. So if we tick down here, I'm going to pull it. Didn't officially get that tick down. Tried to. So I'm still in. Well, we'll see if we can go hit our original target from before. Need to see a few more bulls step in and turn that delta positive and round her back up. I'm going to stick with a 125 tick take profit on this one, if I can get it. If we get a tick down underneath that delta, underneath the falling delta, I'm going to pull it. Looks like the bears are trying to step back in here. And we're gone. Small loss. $4.5 points. See, we got a falling negative delta. Tick down under the delta. That if this was closer up there and the confirmation line was near that upper power zone, I would actually short it. I think it's probably a little too early to do that now. So I still think this is probably just more of a pullback in a uptrend. We are actually retesting the 50 EMA now. So I'm still looking for a long if we can get a tick up by this lower power zone here with the tapering delta on it. We're sitting right on top of that anchored VWAP from the 7 o'clock session start. Hopefully we find some support here and start pushing the upside again. And you know, technically the hourly is now gone bullish after that 12 o'clock noon candle closed above the delta. So I'm going to go ahead and flip the hourly to bullish. We just need this 5-minute to fall in line here. It's the only straggler. Now we're starting to lose the 50 and starting to lose that anchored VWAP. Those delta candles are actually getting fairly strong to the downside here. So maybe the 5-minute will end up playing out for the bears. But we do have that signal in that lower power zone already, so I'm still waiting for a tick up there with a tapering delta. All right, we're starting to get a tick up. Delta's tapering a little. Now we're seeing more tapering. All right, I am long. From 961.50. Do you paper trade or is it a live account? It is a live account. Or accounts, I should say. We don't want to see it tick down with a falling delta that's gaining strength to the downside. So if we see that, I'm going to pull it early. We want the bulls to take control back and start to round that delta back up. I do see the bears are starting to take control back right here, so we're getting that tick down. That's pretty bearish looking. So unless we could pull up at the last second, I'm out. I'm out. So $6 points on that one. The 15's actually starting to tick down underneath that, the very thin but negative delta. It's kind of bearish for the 15. We're also starting to put in a lower high now on the hourly, so it's kind of bearish for the hourly. And that 5-minute is still playing out, so maybe the bulls will not be able to take it back here. How do your stats update in the top left corner? Well, I have basically a little text file where I just type that in. And then in this streaming software, anytime that text file saves, it throws it to the screen. So kind of a cool feature of this streaming software. It's called OBS. I was trying to figure out if there's a better way to do that, but it's pretty simple enough. Well, it's kind of a shame that we couldn't keep the momentum going there on the bull side. The hidden one, do you always use the same contract size? No, not always. I usually always trade micros, but depending on what the market conditions are and if things are really, looking good, I'll increase my size a little bit. But I'm typically always somewhere between 3 to 5 micros for the most part. So not a whole lot, but still enough to make money. All right, we're putting in some bullish divergence here. We're getting a higher low in the power zone with a tapering delta and a lower low on price. So that is another bullish setup. And I am trying the long again. 956.50. So you don't increase after losses? No. Mm-mm. If anything, I actually, if I start getting a lot of losses, I actually start to decrease my position size. Just because typically that means that I'm just not really mentally in sync with the market. So the hidden one, that is what profitable traders do. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're not in sync with the market, if you're not feeling it, things just aren't going your way. I mean, the last thing you want to do is start increasing your position size. I know a lot of people like DCA in. I don't do that either. I think that's an easy way to kind of get in trouble real fast. JWaz, I'm still a DCA trader when I trade stock. Yeah, I mean, DCA has its place, especially if you have more of, I think, a longer term outlook on things. And, I think it works better for swing trading, to be honest. But, if you're trying to minimize your drawdown, which is a big deal, like if you're trading prop firms, then I don't think it works as well. But I admit I do some DCAing with like crypto stuff because I have more of a longer term outlook on a bullish outlook on it, so I feel like I can do that. A little bit different. Brian, how long have you been trading? Well, I started with crypto back in 2020, end of 2020 into 2021. I started there, and then I kind of ventured into trading stocks, and then I ventured into trading Forex, and I've kind of been all over the place. Well, that delta's still not looking all that great. It's negative. We're under the confirmation line. We're starting to tick down here. Let's see if the bulls can pull out of it. I got 24 seconds. And I'm out. And looks like I got out right at break even here. Well, minus 3 ticks. I'm going to go ahead and call that a break even. I was hoping to see a little bit more consistency stay in this delta, but looks like we got chops setting back in now, unfortunately. I still have more of a bullish bias, though, for some reason. 15 still, yeah, I don't know. I still think the bulls are going to take it here, but we will see. You know, we might not do anything for the next half hour. We got FOMC here in 30 minutes. Do you trade with the prop? I've mostly traded live accounts, but more recently I've been trying to get with the prop firm side of things. So I'm trading Apex right now. We did put in a higher low on that signal. See if the bulls can take it back. It's choppy territory, though. That delta, it stopped moving. We lost all of our momentum. We're just kind of going sideways here, but this higher low could pull us out of it. Also have a bit of a trend line break that we're working on right now. We are flashing a tick up on the 5-minute with a positive delta. It's flashing positive. Delta's getting stronger on the 1. Jumping into a long here could do the trick if you feel like being a little more risky. All right, I'm back long. Anytime you're in this situation, you always want to watch out for the short setup here because, we did have that delta cross on the, where the delta crosses the confirmation line to the downside. So the short setup when that happens is a tick down from up here in this upper power zone. So if we kind of get up here and we tick down and the delta looks weak, definitely want to pull it. That setup is in the playbook. Just kind of hard trading today. Very choppy, grindy action. With all this, you look at the deltas, like on the 5, chop almost all throughout. I mean, this zone right here was like the best trading we've had all day. Right here. And it didn't last very long. It's been very thin and spotty on the 15. The hourly doesn't really matter so much with the 1. That signal's getting near that upper power zone, so this is where we want to watch for that tick down. Delta is tapering. It's looking weak. So not only am I going to exit, but I'm probably going to flip short here. All right. Lost 2.5 points on that and flipped short. So we are short now. Two and a half. Well, my win rate is terrible, but we're not really losing very much. It's a good news. But again, that setup I was just talking about. So this is step 1. Delta crosses the confirmation line. Step 2, tick down near that upper power zone for a short. As long as the delta's still weak when that happens, as long as it's underneath that confirmation line, that is a short setup out of the playbook. But we still have to keep in mind we've been chopping pretty much all day here, so the chances of getting chopped up here are still pretty high. Just as I say that, we're starting to flash more a positive delta and a tick up. What do you know? So we're still chopping. Not good for my win rate. And pulled the plug. Because we got that tick up. That's not supposed to happen in that scenario. So that's invalidated. Oh, these tiny little losers can really eat you up if you're not careful. 4 3/4 on that one. But I'm still optimistic on turning the day green once FOMC kicks in, hopefully. Now we're putting in a lower high with a negative delta, so God, this chop is just nasty. Nasty, nasty. I guess it's to be expected with the news coming up here. Let's look at the 5-minute. See what that looks like. Ugh. Nasty. Still stuck inside that mother bar. You know, we called that right from the get-go this morning. I said as long as we stay in between those two red lines, it was going to be nasty. Well, the delta managed to get itself back above that confirmation line. Had to chop around for a bit before it did it, but we are back to being bullish on the 1. You know how I talk about this delta slope to have like more predictive power? Even though we've been chopping, see how it's just been rising all day? That's what leads me to believe that the bulls are eventually going to win it here. Well, at this point, with only 14 minutes to go until FOMC, it's usually not a good time to put trades on right before. So I'm probably just going to sit tight. And we'll see what happens at 1. You know what? I'm going to step away for probably 5 minutes or so and just go eat some lunch real quick. I'll leave the stream on. And I will be back. All right. How are we doing? People still here? Anybody still with me? We're getting ready for FOMC in 5 minutes. We're going to see if we can get the market to break us out of this chop. JWAZ is half asleep. Such horrible price action today, isn't it? Man. The hidden one is still here. Well, I hope FOMC does something positive here. If it just adds more crazy sideways volatility choppiness, then that's going to be no fun. I really want to see it break outside of this mother bar and pick a direction. Is it possible to do something about the delay? 20-second is a lot. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything I can do about that. I think there is one thing I could potentially do is to lower my... You can... In the streaming software, they let you set a bit rate, which is the amount of data that's streaming. And if I lower the bit rate, the quality goes down like a lot. So if I lowered the resolution and lowered the bit rate, then theoretically I could probably get the delay down, but is it worth it if everything's fuzzy and if the quality isn't there? I don't know. 2 minutes. $20 seems like a lot though. Like, I think when we tested it before, it was like less than 10. 20 is crazy. I'm sure it has something to do with the streaming servers and network traffic and all of that. Like, I'm not really sure how they got all that put together. Well, so far, if we analyze the landscape as of this moment, before the open, or not the open, but before FOMC, the hourly has turned bullish. The 15 is still rising. We do have a higher low on the signal on the 15. The 5 minute looks pretty bearish. It's starting to put in a lower high tick down. The 1 minute doesn't really look like it knows what to do, so we'll just wait and see what happens on the first couple candles. Yeah, I would not recommend trying to enter when I enter on things. You're better off reading the playbook, learning the setups, and then just recognizing those setups on your own as they play out. Bitcoin pushing down again. Well, it's 1 o'clock. Still don't see much happening. Starting to show that choppy delta again. Well, the delta is above the confirmation line on the 1. The signal is in the green zone, so if we get a tick up from the green zone, technically that's a long, but we are in this choppy scenario, so everything is risky today. Yeah, make sure you read the section on chop in the playbook. It tells you to walk away when you start seeing this stuff. Had we been actually following the playbook, we probably would have walked away early this morning. But sometimes when you gotta trade, you gotta trade. Not financial advice. Don't necessarily do what I do. Do more so what the playbook says. We are getting that tick up from the green zone, so it's a risky one, but it's a long. I'm not sure if I trust it quite yet. I don't really trust anything right now. Well, so far this FOMC is what I would call a dud. Pretty sure a lot of this is just because it's a holiday week. All right, are the bulls going to step it up here? We do have a little bit of a W pattern kind of setting up. I'm trying the long here. It's a risky long. I'm in at 977.25. The risky long. Let's go. We got that delta turning up. The news is out, I think. 5 minutes have passed. You know, the actual entry for this here was this tick up from the green zone, so I mean, it should have been here. I got in late. And this is the trouble with, like, if you don't take them on the candle close and you get in late, then if you do lose, the loss is potentially a lot bigger had you not got in on the candle that you were supposed to. So if we tick down here, I'm going to pull it again. Has not officially ticked down yet, so I'm still in this trade. That choppy delta is still giving us a headache. Come on, bulls. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, though. And I'm out. Ah, that one hurt. That one almost hit my full stop. Again, that's that broadening formation. Those nasty little broadening formations suck. $16.75. I think that was my biggest loss of the day, maybe. $35.75. 10 losers in this mess. That was one of my bigger ones. And like I was saying, you get in late, you don't get in on the candle you're supposed to, your loss is going to be bigger. Yeah. The delta on everything pretty much sucks right now, except for the hourly. Well, these are the exact market conditions that you don't want to have if you're trying to do this strategy. I was hoping FOMC would kind of kick things into gear here, but... And maybe it still will. Maybe this is the move. Maybe it's going to push us down outside of this mother bar range that we've been stuck in. It's very ugly, though. The minutes is just a PDF. Figures. We sat around and waited for this special moment that that was nothing. We are getting that tick up from that lower power zone now. If you're doing the range play, if you think we are in a ranging market condition, this is your entry for long. I'm going to go ahead and give it a shot since we have been ranging for the most part. So I am long 964.75. Got to start throwing some points on the board here. I might have my first red day in a while. Again, we got that falling delta on the 1, so if we tick down, I got to pull it. It'd be nice to get some follow-through with some of these moves, though. So far, there's zero follow-through. That delta's looking pretty ugly. Still no tick down. So we got a green candle, but we're ticking down near my break even. I said I was going to pull it there, but because we had a green candle, I'm giving it one more little chance. And that delta still has that negative momentum to the downside, so. All right, I pulled it there. -7 on that one. Well, the 5-minute says we're bearish. The 1-minute is definitely turning bearish now. That delta falling at the rate that it is, the size of those delta candles. this tick down right here. I thought it was this. I thought this candle right here, where it's bigger than the previous one, I thought that was this tick down, but it's not. It's the one after. I was going to say, if it was that one, that would be the impulsive move breakout entry to the downside. But, you know, I took this power zone long because we've pretty much been ranging, and those power zones have been working pretty well. But, I mean, now that the PDF news was out, maybe it's actually going to start moving to the downside here. We're going to break out of this range. We're going to be right back there at VWAP, which we've hit 1, 2, 3. This will be the 4th time. Will we get a bounce on it? But so far, this is one of the better moves I've seen all day. This tick down under the delta, even this tick down under the delta up here, that technically is a short. Well, I'm starting to think we might lose it here, guys. Look at the momentum in that delta. We're really starting to fatten up now. I think we just took out some stops over here from the last time we tried to bounce on VWAP. Be nice if we had a clean entry, though. We've already lost it. Yeah, it looks like she's losing it. She's losing her footing. We are finally underneath that mother bar line. Last time we were under here was at 9:25 this morning. So I'm thinking maybe we're picking a direction finally. The problem is there's no entry for me. I can't just jump on a moving train where it's at right now, and it's really risky. Now we're sitting on top of that pivot line. The daily open, previous week high is also here. Gosh, that would have been such a nice trade if I just would have flipped when I exited right there. And I might have done that if that Delta candle was thicker than the previous one, but it wasn't. It was tapering, so I didn't. Starting to get a little bit of a push off of this pivot line here. Hopefully we just retest that range and start to head back down, give us somewhat of a short entry here. We are at the 8, by the way, which if you want to jump on a moving train, that's usually a good place to do it. But if we start going back up in that range, ugh, it's not gonna be all that great. There she is trying to head back down. So if anybody grabbed the 8 there, that would have been a good entry. Anybody grab that? I talked about it, but I didn't do it. Now we do have very thick delta candles there. We are ticking down in that lower power zone. If this delta candle's thicker than the previous, that is a impulsive move breakout entry for short. It's a little risky down there in the power zone, but I went ahead and took that. I'm in at 908.75. Hopefully we can see some follow through here. I don't want to see it bounce off this previous week high. Come on, market, keep pushing. Back to the 8. I said those power zone entries down there are risky to go short in the green power zone. This is why it really likes to bounce there. We are putting in a higher low on the signal. I am trailing now. It's getting close to taking me out. And I'm gone. Well, guys, I think I've had enough of today. I think I might throw in the towel for a red day. My first red day after 8 consecutive green days. I am just not feeling this choppy market today. So I'm going to hang it up. I don't know if tomorrow's going to be similar in nature to what today was like. Or, you know, we got Thanksgiving on Thursday. I'm not sure if I'm going to stream tomorrow. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. We'll see. And if I get another good looking setup here, I still might take a couple trades today. Maybe I can get back to green, but I think I'm going to call the stream here. Go check out those Black Friday deals in the description of the video. And if you guys keep trading, good luck, and we will see you later. Peace out.
Oh, wow, look at that move. It's like one of those big Delta candles. I mean, who even trades those tiny candles anymore? I like big fat candles, I can't deny. When the Delta's green and riding high, when a chart spikes thick with a bullish wick, I'm glued to my screen, that's the trick. I wanna bounce quick, can't let it go. Big Delta bars, let that volume show. I'm zooming out, yeah, that's my groove. Catching waves in a Delta move. Wanna trade slow? Nah, too tame. This market's got heat, I'm in the game. Delta skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's not golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat Deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through. You know, don't you fold. Big Deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. I like big fat candles, can't deny. When the volume surges up so high, skinny trades can take a seat. big fat deltas are what I beat. Let me see that life is good. Am I happy? Delta skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall. No weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's my golden key. Big Delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're aboard. Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those big moves, yeah, wanna break through, you know. And hold and play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Like those thick moves, yeah, wanna break through, you know. Then hold and play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with